Hello, everyone. This is John Galt speaking here with a live stream for you guys where we're going to go poke around on the Unreal Engine 4 forums. I'm going to try to take some questions if anybody shows up in chat. I may or may not have a couple questions already from some emails and comments that I got this week. And we're going to have a conversation about Unreal Engine 5 because I've actually been using it for a little bit now. And, I already looked at it once and did like a video talking about, not impressed. They moved all the crap. I liked Unreal Engine 4 better. Well, today we're going to take a little bit more in-depth look at it. And, I don't know, you guys may or may not like what I got to say and some things that I've discovered and this, that, and the other, and so on and so forth, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So there may or may not be any forum surfing stuff today. I might have enough stuff. The only reason I go to the forum is when I ain't got anything else to talk about. We look through the topics on the forum, and it gives me ideas for things that I can talk about. And hello, Oni. Got me a nice root beer, so I'll be drinking a root beer today. All right, guys. I'm going to put chat over here on the other screen, and let's go ahead and open up Unreal Engine. And I have a project here called TP Starter, and I have the Lyra starter game that's free. Epic gave out. I've been in there trying to rob assets. And this TP Starter project that you guys see here, this is my effort of trying to create a couple starter projects that are simplified the way that the Unreal Engine 4 starter projects were. So if you guys are not aware of this, I used to actually do lots of tutorials. I have a Udemy course that I sell. I have a couple projects on the Unreal Engine 4 marketplace. And a lot of them even have simple in the name, right? Like simple capture the flag, TPS basic, FPS basic. So here in Galt's Gulch, we keep it simple, stupid, right? And the reason is because, I think that things can get overcomplicated for really no reason at all. And when you're in the business of showing people how to do things, trying to show concepts, trying to demonstrate approaches to certain types of mechanics, et cetera, the more simple you can keep it to demonstrate, the easier it is for the person you're trying to show or teach or give advice to for them to understand, right? That's the whole point. And I also happen to be of the opinion that really, really smart people take things that are extremely complex and complicated and they simplify them so that the average person can understand it and or use it, which is one of the very reasons why we have technology, right? Could you guys remember, how old stores used to have to ring up items that you purchase? And now they got a barcode on them. You got an automated screen. You zap it across it. Where used to, you had to punch that shit in on a calculator, right? So technology is meant to simplify things, not complicate them. That's my personal opinion. And, using complex pieces of software, Maya, as an example, 3D application, Unreal Engine 4 was pretty complex and complicated. And now we have Unreal Engine 5, which is even more complex and complicated. So it's really hard for me to see everybody that used Unreal Engine 4 for a long time me as an example, is going to have a learning curve switching from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. On top of that, I try to help people, show things, demonstrate things. So not only when I'm trying to show people how to do things, I'm still learning myself Unreal Engine 5, the new ways of doing things versus the old ways. On top of that, trying to show people stuff. So it's complicated, and I'm not having a really good time with it. And that's what today's live stream is mostly going to be about, is some of the complications that I've already ran into, some of the things that I find that are completely annoying, some of the things that I find that are completely unnecessary, and things being overcomplicated just for the purpose of overcomplication. And it really aggravates me. Okay. Okay. So hello everyone. Hello Oni. Hello Alardin. I guess is how you say that. And Nar. So Nar asks a really good question. Did you solve that crouch capsule issue in Unreal? And the answer to that is yes. And I bet you $1 million, which I don't have $1 million. If I did, I wouldn't be sitting here doing these live streams. I'll bet you 1 million fake dollars that I don't have that you will never in a million years guess what was causing the issue. But it'll be in the stream, right? We'll talk about it. Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead first and open up this Lyra starter game project here, because this is where this is the project that I'm using to source assets. Okay. Assets like animations, particle effects, weapon models, sound effects, those kinds of things. And they're what I'm using in my custom starter projects that I'm going to be using. Okay. So in here, you can see I've got a folder in here called testing. Funny enough. Yeah. Been doing a shitload of testing. Absolutely. But the main thing that I'm into right this very moment in here is in this heroes folder, in the mannequin, in the animations, there's tons of animations in here, right? So there's all these different kinds of actions. There's aim offsets. There's anim modifiers, which I have no fucking idea what those are. You have a folder in here called anim notifies. You got linked layers. You've got locomotion, right? So you got all these different pistol animations, rifle animations, shotgun, unarmed. So specifically what I've been after in here at the moment is the unarmed animations. And yeah, and then you got another folder in here that's called poses, and there's a shitload of different poses in here. And I haven't even got into the sound effects or anything like that. So what I've been trying to do is take these assets and create a basic TP starter project, like extremely basic. Okay. So I'll go ahead and show you guys where I'm at so far. So I made a video showing some of the things that I was doing, kind of give you guys an idea. And I also gave away some starter projects that had a bunch of animations and all that stuff in it. And then I took it all down. Okay. And the reason for that is because it was broke as shit. Okay. And I'll show you guys a little bit about how it was broke and why it was broke. And, you know, maybe talk a little bit about what I'm going to do to try to correct it or strip out some unnecessary garbage or whatever it ends up being that I end up having to do. So if I go ahead and spawn in here, this is the little starter project that I'm working on. So we have this character that can move, he can jump. He does not have the full range of motion just yet. So in other words, he ain't got no turn in place animation. He ain't got no start run, stop run, start jog, stop. None of that stuff. It's going to be basic, right? Keep in mind what the purpose of this project is. It's to demonstrate things. It's not to create advanced locomotion all over again, okay? And then I also put it in where you could toggle between the male and the female character, right? And the reason for this is because the female character uses some different animations than the male character does, okay? See, like you can tell his idle pose is not the same as hers. There are some animations that are, I guess they would be considered universal. As an example, the jump and the jump fall and the jump land. So the male and the female both use exactly the same jumps. The male and the female also use exactly the same aim offsets. So when you look in that Lyra project, you're going to notice that there are a bunch of male animations and a bunch of female animations. Some of those animations they use for the female only. Some of them they use for the male only. And some of them, it makes no gender differentiation at all. So it's complicated. Okay. And just to show, Nar was asking about the crouch. So as you can see here, the crouch is in, it's working. Okay. And that is also for the male and the female. And the crouch, just to be clear here, the crouch is using the same exact animations. There was no female crouch walk animations in that Lyra project. Okay. So yeah, it's in and it's working. And I'll talk a little bit about why it was broken just in a minute, just in case you guys happen to run into that. You're also going to notice that I did a dynamic material instance for these characters instead of just the default gray. So the blue guy is the dude and the pink chick is the chick, right? And that's just done with a material instance. So it wasn't too complicated. All I did was a little minor modification to the default gray textures that was on these characters, just to give it where you can change the color. Okay, like you can it doesn't have to be blue or pink. You can change them to any color that you want in this project. Now I just happen to pick blue and pink, blue for boys and pink for girls. And then there's a basic aim offset. So when the character pivots up and down, it does do a 1D aim offset. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm trying to think of what I want to talk about next. Okay, so the issue with the crouch, if you remember Nar in that other video, how when you would try to crouch, the character would pop up above the capsule component. It was the aim offset that was actually causing that issue. After many, many hours of looking around on the Googles and the forums trying to find anybody that had a similar issue, no one did. No one did. And finally, I started completely over. So everything that you guys saw me do in that video and or videos, I started completely over, all over again. And the very first thing that I put in was crouch, just to see, well, I know I've done this a million times this way and it's worked every time. Why does this one not work? So when I redid it and did crouch, it worked instantly. When I got up to the point, to the part where I was implementing the aim offset, the moment that I implemented the aim offset, it broke and started doing the exact same thing again. So then after that, I noticed another issue, and that was that okay, well, actually, let me close this project down. So the aim offset was what was causing it. And all these issues that I'm talking about and going to talk about here, they're all tied together. Okay. And it's something that I still don't understand, but I know what caused it. Okay. So that's what we'll talk about here. And this is apparently something that they've changed that is extremely important now, that didn't used to matter at all. So anyway, that's with the aim offset working. Okay, now one other thing that I want to point out here is that this character does not have the full range of motion. Now, what do I mean when I say that? So when he goes forward, and when I go forward left, you can see it's broken. And when I go forward right, it looks kind of okay-ish. And then if we go backwards and we go back left, it looks okay-ish. But when we go back right, it does that derpiness again. Now, if I switch over to the female, exactly the same, right? So if I go that way, she shuffles her feet, and you go this way, it looks okay-ish. And then if we go backwards, it looks okay-ish back left, but back right, it's broke. And then, of course, she's got run left and run right. And he also has exactly the same the male variant of run right and run left. So the reason that this is happening, just to be clear here, is because there's some animations missing, which would be forward left, forward right. We don't necessarily need because that looks okay. Back left, we don't necessarily need because that looks okay, but back right. So what does that mean in a nutshell? That means that I'm going to have to make, at a bare minimum, a forward left animation for the male and a back right for the male, which also means I'm going to have to make a forward left for the female and a back right for the female, which also means when we go into crouch, now remember, the crouch, there is no female variant. It's using the same one that the man uses, even in the Lyra project. Forward left is missing. That one looks kind of derpy. And I know why. Like, I already know why this is. Okay? And we go this way, it looks okay-ish. But if we go this way, it's derpy. So, that way's derpy. See that? How her feet are shuffling? And that way is derpy. Now pay attention here, guys, because we're fixing to get into what the actual fuck is causing this. So here's a question for you guys. I just said that this crouch animation is not differentiated between male and female. That means that the male is using... Okay, now watch. So if I go forward left, his feet shuffle. If I go forward right, his feet shuffle. Back left looks okay-ish, and back right, his feet are shuffling. Okay. And the same thing is broken on the female because they use the exact same animations. Okay. So that means that for the crouch, I'm going to have to make forward left, forward right, back left. Even though that looks okay-ish, back left, I'm going to make it anyway, and back right. But yet, on the female, see that back left? That looks okay. But I believe on the female, nah, it looks okay too. But anyway, what I'm getting at is if I'm going to keep the male and the female animations different, the way that they're trying to do it differently in that Lyra project, I'm going to have to make 4, 8, 12. I'm going to have to make 12 animations. Okay. And I may or may not do that. Okay. Okay, so now what I want to do is show you guys something that's broken. Now, okay, so see how he strafes derpy this way? But if we go forward right, it looks okay. And then if we do the female, it looks okay that way, and it derpy that way. Let me show you guys something here that absolutely took me all fucking day to figure out. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this project because this is the most current version of it. I'm going to back up one version of this, which would be starter backup. So let me extract this version, which is one version previous to the one that we just looked at. This blew me away. It actually pissed me off more than it did anything. Okay. Let me go in here and we will open this project. Wait till you guys see this. You're going to flip, I'm quite sure. Okay, so let me go ahead. This is exactly the same as the project we just looked at with one minor difference. And this difference is what not only is going to break what I'm fixing to show you guys, it's also the exact same thing that broke the aim offset, which was causing that character to come up out of the damn capsule when I was trying to crouch. Okay. Okay, so if I go forward, right, left, it's broken. And if I go forward, right, it looks okay-ish. Now check this out. When I switch over to the female and I go forward, right, look at that. It doesn't work. And if I go forward, left, it doesn't work. Now, one more time, let's go back to the man. Forward, left, broke. Forward, right, it looks okay. The female, forward, left, broken. Forward, right, broken. Okay. Now, what's breaking this is not what you guys would assume. You would assume that, okay, well, the problem with this is that the female blend space is screwed up, right? You would be wrong, okay? Because I built the male and the female blend spaces identical. So why is it that the male forward right looks okay? See this? But yet the female forward right does not. Okay. And I noticed that. And I was like, well, fuck, I didn't even notice that. This is after I fixed the crouch. I noticed this and I'm like, oh God, is it something to do with this stupid ass aim offset again that's causing this? Well, the aim offset is universal, right? It uses the male for both the female and the male. So that wasn't it after many, many deductions. Now here's something that's crazy. So let me go into the animation blueprint here. And we're going to make her use the male. Okay, so if I go into my locomotion here, into the idle jog, remember in that other video where we did this? This is to differentiate between male and female. And the reason is because they differentiated them. I didn't do that. I had no intention of making the male and the female animations different. They did it. Okay. So if I was to just use the male here, see how it says MM, that's mannequin male, and the MF is mannequin female. So if I just say to hell with it and use the exact same animations for both male and female, forward right works perfectly fine. And now if I switch over to the female and do forward right, look at that, works perfectly fine. So then that's what had me narrow it down to, okay, well, it's got something to do with these damn female animations, right? Obviously. So then I'm like, there's no way that I got that blend space incorrect. No way. But I decided, you know what? I'm dyslexic. Okay, so maybe I did get it wrong. So I went in here and I opened up the male, because this is the one that works. So I opened it up. I looked at all the samples that I had in here. Male, right? Idles all the way across the bottom. That is jog forward, jog left, jog right, jog backwards in the corners, right? You guys have built these blend spaces probably just as much as I have. This is how it goes. And then I looked over here at my horizontal and vertical axes, negative 180 to 180. Snap to grid is checked. Speed 0 to 500. Snap to grid is checked. Now, when I created the female blend space, all I did was duplicate the male blend space, and then I opened up the female and I deleted all these samples, and then I repopulated them with the female variants. So in other words, it's got the female idles all the way across the bottom, and triple, quadruple, double secret, triple probation check to make sure that these were right. The female jog forward, the female jog left, the female jog right, and the female jog backwards. And I didn't tamper with anything over here. But yet, when you look here, see, that's broke, and that's forward left, and then forward right. Oh, this is the female. Hold on, hold the phone. Let's open the male up, right? So the male, forward left looks okay, forward right. Look at that. It looks okay too. But yet on the female blend space, get to that 45. See, that's the animation that we're missing. Forward left and forward right. But why is it that the female variant of this blend space, the only difference between these two blend spaces are the animations that are used? That's it. These are the female variants. Everything else is identical. Okay? So the female one is broken and the male one is not. See there? And also, once again, when I'm in the editor here, now that's broke and that one isn't. But yet, if I'm using the male blend space and I go over to the female, that looks okay. And that one's broken. But the moment that I go back to using the female blend space, right? So we hook this back up the way that it's supposed to be. The male still works. It's broke where it should be, which is forward left. But the female, however, is broke forward right and forward left. Now, why is this? Let me get me a drink here. Why is it broke? Anybody got any guesses? Any guesses? Okay. So now, what I want to show you guys is this. Now we're getting to what broke all this stuff. Okay, so you guys don't have to guess if you don't want to. Okay. So if we was to look at any one of these animations here, let's just happen to look at the MF unarmed jog forward. So that's the female jog forward animation. Now, you see it playing on the male, and that's fine, right? You can switch right here between male or female. They're universal. They're the same exact skeleton, is what I'm saying here. So it really doesn't matter. The only difference is when Epic made these animations, apparently they did a little bit of differentiation between the male and the female. Now, what I want you guys to notice here is that over here, you see there's nothing here. And there's no footstep markers or any of that shit. None of the foot sync markers, no anim notifies, nothing. There's nothing in the timeline of this animation. And that goes for every single one of the animations in here. See this? None of them have anything. Now, what I want to show you guys, if we go back into the Lyra project, I want to show you guys something here. Okay, how about now? So if we were to go to that same animation under locomotion, under unarmed, and we look for the MF jog forward, which is the one that we looked at, MF unarmed jog forward. I'm going to open this. You guys notice anything? Anything at all? Bueller. Pay attention. So as you can see here, this thing has got foot sync markers. It's got left foot FX. It's got right foot FX. It's got context FX. See that? And of course, they're all over here. All kinds of shit put it in specific points in these animations. Now that's for every goddamn animation in this project. Okay? Every one of them. See? Doesn't matter which one you're looking at. Every single goddamn one of them. Including the fucking aim offsets. Okay? Now, I'm not a nitwit. And I understand the purpose of these. I understand the purpose of them. I understand what they're for. Some of them. I have no idea what AN foot plant left is. I'm assuming that these little green ones here are the foot sync markers. Right foot down, left foot down, right foot down, left foot down, right foot down, left foot down. And then there's yet a different set of them called foot plants. What's the difference between a foot down and a foot plant? I have no fucking idea. You would assume that they're the exact same goddamn thing, but apparently not. And then you also have some stuff down here for anim effect footstep stuff. See this? And that is for every goddamn animation in this project. Every one of them. From the idles to the aim offsets to the stop, run, start, run. All these animations. Every fucking one of them has that shit listed and loaded up in there. To some degree. Some have more, some have less, some have curves, some don't. Okay? But what I'm trying to say here is whoever did this project, this Lyra project, spent an astronomical amount of time coming in here and putting all these fucking things in here. Creating all these curves, putting all these foot sync markers and the plants. These have to be put in here. Okay? Okay. Now, if you export an animation out of this engine, I want to show you guys something here. So we're going to take the jog forward female animation. You guys see all these? See these? All these markers and shit. If you export that, so go to Asset Actions and just export, and we just stick this thing on the desktop. And I'm going to go ahead and reset this to default, just so you guys can see that I don't think it's anything that I did. And then we're going to say export. Then we're going to go back into this project, right? Which is the basic starter project I'm trying to fucking make, which is a disaster. And if we import that single animation, let's make a new folder here called testing. And we open this folder and we hit import, and I bring in from my desktop that single animation. Tell it to use the only skeleton that's in here, and we hit import all. I'm using the simple mannequin skeleton, so yes, there's going to be some bones that are not listed in this skeleton. We'll talk about that too. And if I open this, you're going to notice a couple things. One thing specifically that you're going to notice is all that bullshit that they put in there is gone. All the foot sinks, all the foot plants, all the shit. The other thing that you're going to notice is that this animation actually has root motion. Okay. Now, I've dealt with root motion in the past, and I never use it, by the way. But it's easy to kill it, right? So all you have to do is come over here to your root motion section, and you can check force root lock, and now you have an in place animation. For those of you who don't know, if you're only got root motion and you don't want to use root motion, you can disable it by making sure that enable root motion is not true, and you can hit force root lock, and now you have an in place animation. Okay. But what you're going to notice is all those sync markers are missing. Okay. Now, when I found the issue with the male and the female animations, the male one works great, but the female is broken. Forward right's broken on the female. It works kind of okay-ish on the male. See that? The only difference is that this is using the specific female animations, and the dude is using the dude. I can use the dude animations on the chick, and it's fine, the way it's supposed to be. So it has something to do with the female variants of these animations. So then I thought, okay, I got this shit. So I opened up the female jog forward, and I noticed it had all these sync markers and shit. And I thought, okay, well, maybe they didn't put that shit in the male variant. Okay, so if we come in here and look for the male jog forward, which would be, God, there's so many fucking animations in here. Right here, opened it up. Oh, lo and behold, it's got them too. Interesting. So it ain't that one had them and one didn't. They both got them. So why is it, if we go back into this project here, and we go under the animations in here, locomotions, and we look at the jog forward female, does not have them, and the jog forward male also does not have them. So then at this point here, I'm really scratching my head going, well, it either does or doesn't have anything to do with that bullshit they've put down here. And if the male animations work on the female, but the female animations don't work on the female or the male, well, then what the actual fuck is going on here? Okay. So then what I did was spent half a day. Let me close all these down. And we'll go back to the corrected project. Let me clean some of this stuff up here. This is just baffling to me. I've spent all day dicking with this, just so you guys know. And then people ask me, so, Galt, are you getting back into it? Yes or no? Are you going to use Unreal Engine 5? Yes or no? Mm-hmm. Sure. Right, so let me get this project, the corrected one, extracted back in here. Let me get me a drink. Okay. So let me spawn in here and show you guys that it's working, right? So forward right works with the male. And if I switch over to the female and go forward right, look at that. It's working. See that? And then I can hot swap in between them. And they're working. So what was wrong with the chick animations? Well, I'm going to show you. So if we go under animations, locomotion, and we look at the male jog forward, it has none of that shit in here. None of it. No foot sync markers, no foot plant whatevers, none of that. But if you look at the female, look at that. See that? So guess what was causing it not to work on the female only? Apparently, it was because it didn't have this shit in it. Now, how did I get this shit in here? Do you guys honestly believe I went in here and put all this stuff in manually? I did not. Okay. If you migrate from that Lyra project into the project you're putting it in, if you migrate, it will bring in all this stuff, all these foot sync markers and all this shit. The animation will come in with those on it. However, if you export it out of the engine to your desktop and then choose to bring it in, it will omit all that stuff, all those foot sync markers. Now, here's the problem with that. Okay, let me show you guys. Now, keeping in mind and keeping in context what the purpose of these little starter projects that I'm trying to create. It is to keep it simple, stupid, right? Keep it simple, stupid. So the reason that I exported them out of that project and brought them in to this project was so that I could be sure I only get what exactly it is that I want. Okay? Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to show you what I mean by that. Let me delete this and we're going to create a blank project. Blank, like literally completely blank. That's the best way to keep it simple, stupid, right? Start from a blank project and only put in exactly what you want. None of the extra stuff. Okay? Well, just so you guys know, a prelude here, Unreal Engine makes it fucking impossible to do that anymore. So this is a completely blank project, okay? And if we decided in this Lyra project here that we just want the simple jog forward animation. That's it, just the jog forward animation, nothing else. Now, I did figure out a way to do this, by the way, which maybe I'll talk about it, maybe I won't, I don't know. But they've really buggered up the migration process. Okay? So, let's just assume that we just simply want the female jog forward. You right click here, you go to Asset Actions, and you go to Migrate. Now, I want you guys to look, by just simply migrating a simple fucking animation, I want you guys to look at what all it's trying to bring. Sync marker, anim modifier, control rig this, right? All this control rig garbage of the mannequin, the animations, the foot FX anim modifier, foot definition, tag modifying son of a so-and-so, fucking material functions and goddamn mannequins and goddamn skeletons and the man mannequin, the female mannequin, the goddamn animation blue fucking prints, right? The goddamn calf poses. Look at this. For a simple animation migration. Never mind that you can go in here and maybe try to uncheck some of this stuff. Watch what happens if I just am a newbie here and I'm like, well, okay, well, apparently it needs all this shit. And we hit the OK button. And we say, all right, I want that in my shiny blank project. I just want that single fucking animation. Now look, so automatically it's going to pop up here cracking the shits telling you, hey, you know, there's all kind of bullshit going on here. You know, you may or may not want to do this. And, you know, would you like to migrate all selected assets into a folder with consolidated references? Without migrating into a folder, the assets in the above root will not be migrated. So I'm going to say no. And let's just see what happens here. Content migrated successfully. And if we go have a look, what did it do? Okay, so it looks like it brought the characters, the heroes, the mannequin, the animation. It brought an anim modifier thing, whatever the fuck this is. Under the locomotion, it brought the single animation. It brought all the materials, the rig, the mannequin. It brought all these stupid fucking poses and shit. The same for Quinn. Brought all the textures. It brought some effects stuff here. And some textures and some physical materials. For a single animation. So normally what I would do in Unreal Engine 4 would be you export the goddamn animation out and then you import it into your project. Just the animation. The problem with that method now, obviously, is that it doesn't put all that footstep down shit in the animation. It doesn't put it in there. And apparently that stuff in some of the animations are necessary, because I tried it without that stuff in it and it wouldn't work on the female. with that stuff in it, it worked on the female. So obviously there's something in those notification thingamajigs on there that actually is necessary for the female only. What it is, I don't have a clue. And that was exactly what was broke with the aim offset, which was causing it to come up out of the capsule. There was something on the idle animation that was required that it didn't have it the way that I brought it in, that was causing it to break when you tried to crouch. Why? Don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. Why? So there you have it. There is a big, humongous spiel about one of the reasons I hate Unreal Engine 5 already right out of the gate. It is far more complicated now to do the migration process, if nothing else. Why would there be something in an animation that is required to be in that list that causes it to legitimately break the animation? Why would that be there? It's these anim modifiers. Something in here is causing it. Right? See? And if I open this, see, doing a migration, it brought all that stuff. And without that stuff, the animation does not work on the female. Epic. That is an epic fail, just so you know. Okay? Okay. Okay, let me close this down here. And we will close this down. And I'm going to delete this. Now, I've got a couple emails from people that have already asked me, why am I even doing this? Well, I want to show you guys the exact reasoning by why I want to create my own basic third-person starter project and my own basic first-person project. Okay, I want to show you guys exactly why. So I'm going to create their default third-person template, and we're going to go in here and poke around a little bit. Okay. Okay. So we hit the play button and we have this, and this is the movement where you can pan around your character. And she has the forward only animation playing, just like the old one. And then she has a jump and a jump loop. And then we got the new mannequin. And then she has built-in IK, right? So she gets her foot up onto the ledge. See this? So before, the default third-person template doesn't have that, okay? It didn't have that. Okay. Now, as a comparison, we're going to create a default third-person template in Unreal Engine 4. So it doesn't much make a difference. We'll use the latest version, which I don't, but we will in this demonstration purpose here. Okay, go. How about now? Okay, so we create games next, and we're going for the third person next, and go. Okay, now as a comparison, look at the folder structure, etc. here. We're going to hit the play button. We have that same movement where you pan around the character. It's got the jump and the jump loop. You can only run one direction. Got the old mannequin. What it does not have is the IK. See how the foot does what it does here? Okay. Okay. Now, if you go in here, I mean, you guys have all seen this third person template, right? It's simple, stupid, right? It's keep it simple, stupid. So you got a single folder in here with some meshes in it. You got the mannequin, you got a few animations, an animation blueprint, a blend space. You have a character folder that's got a mesh. It's got some materials and some textures. You guys have all been in here a million times. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to zip up both projects, right? So we're going to go into my documents in here. So my project 2 is the default third person template in Unreal Engine 4. So we're going to compress to zip, let it do its thing here. And then we're going to take my project, just my project, which is a default third person template in Unreal Engine 5. We're going to right click and we're going to say compress to zip. And go. How about now? How about now? How about now? You guys notice anything here at all? At all? Bueller. What do you guys notice here? So the default third person template in Unreal Engine 4 zipped up is 44 megabytes. The default third person template in Unreal Engine 5 is 329 megabytes. Right? Right. Let that sink in for a minute. $44 megabytes compared to 44 megabytes. 329 compared to 44. I'd say that's a pretty big goddamn difference, right? Okay. Now, once again, there's really no reason for me to go into the default third person template from Unreal Engine 4. You guys have all been in there a million times. You know how simple it is. Okay? Let's go back in 5. And we're going to start looking at some of the complexity. Okay? Now keep in mind, here in Galt's Gulch, we purposefully keep it simple, stupid. Okay? So, if we look into the animations here, you can see that about the same amount of animations, roughly. The difference is there's a male and a female version, right? See how they've got the female variants of the run forward, the idle, and the walk, but yet the male has a run forward, walk forward, idle, but there's also the jump loop, which is universal between the man and the female. So the animations, few animations. Here's where things start getting ridiculously stupid. So we have a default animation blueprint, and then we have this one. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, wait a minute. Did they literally create a different animation blueprint for the male and the female? So I opened up the female first, and we get this. Right? And it tells you basically here, hey, this is a child blueprint of the master. Oh, okay. So then we open up the master and we have this, and then we look in the event graph and we're like, oh, okay, well, that ain't too bad. Right? That looks pretty simple, stupid. That looks pretty simple, stupid. And then we go into here. Okay, that's simple enough. And then they cached it. And then they have this called main state. You go in here and then you got this stuff. Okay. And then they got the default slot here. Basically, that's the montage slot. And then we have this whole control rig thing going on here. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not too spectacularly complicated. They're using the control rig. Okay. And let's see. Where are we going from here? Okay, so then we go into the rigs. Oh. Well, what is all this shit? Right, so this is a physics asset. Okay, I know what that is. What is this ABP Manny post-process thing, wonder? So we open this up. Holy mother of God. Right, so we got arm left, leg left. We've got a pose driver, something another. Right? Oh, okay, well, that's strange. Very strange. Oh, look, and it's experimental on top of all that. That's exactly what you want in your production game, experimental shit. Then we open up the Quinn post-process, which, interestingly enough, looks like a duplicate of the male one. And then we open up the basic foot IK. Oh, wow, okay. All that just to get it to lift its goddamn foot up. Right? Okay, well, whatever. And then we have this. The control rig. Oh, wow. Okay, so we have this. I'm glad I'm not the guy that had to build this, by the way. Look at that. And then we have something procedural. We open that up. And oh, wow. Okay, so, sure. That's perfectly fine for a newbie. I'm sure they'd know exactly what all that stuff does. No doubt about it. I'm sure they would. They'd know exactly what all them nodes is for. They'd know exactly where to come in here and, put a value here, put a value there, a 0.667. Yeah, I'm sure they'd know exactly what all this shit does. Positive. And then we have an IK mannequin, right? So we got, okay, all this. Wow, look at all these poses in here. Sure, okay. And then we have a physics asset. Yeah, I've seen them before. That's not nothing too sophisticated. Then we have an RTG mannequin. Open that up. Oh, wow, look at all this. Auto mapping chains and, all this shit with all these values and all these specific bones plugged in, etc., etc. Oh, yeah, that'd be perfect. Then you got all these poses, right? Look at all this shit. All that shit. And now I want you guys to keep in mind, when we spawn in here, we have this character that we can pan around. And we have this character that can jump. And we have this character that has IK that's foot goes up. Now, I want you guys to tell me, mechanics-wise, what is the difference between this template, the default third-person template in Unreal Engine 5, versus the default template, third-person template in Unreal Engine 4? What is the difference when it comes to mechanics? You're looking at it. only difference mechanics wise is that this one has foot IK and the other one doesn't. That's it. That is it. Now, what I want to ask you guys here, another question, since we're asking questions today. Remember we zipped them up? Remember that? Is a new mannequin model male and female? Now, I believe that the old one actually has the female in it, right? So I'll go show you guys something. Okay. So is 2 new mannequins and foot IK worth going from 44 megabytes to 329? Is having 2 new mannequins and foot IK worth going from 44 megabytes to 329? Is having foot IK and 2 new mannequins worth all the extra complication that you guys just looked at in that project? The answer should be a resounding fuck to the no, right? And that is the reason why I'm building my own starter templates. That's why. So for those that asked, why am I doing this? Just start with a default third-person template in Unreal Engine 5. It's got foot IK. You guys have no fucking idea that asked me those questions. You guys have no fucking idea what it takes to make a game. You literally don't. The more complication that you add, all you're doing is making a bigger project. You are creating a bunch of convolution in it that no fucking body, except for you, is going to know how to operate it, how to use it, how to tinker with it, how to make adjustments, how to add things to it. Nobody is going to know. Right? Nobody. That's why I keep it simple, stupid. That is why very smart people take things that are extremely complicated and simplify them. That's why. If a newbie was to get a hold of one of my templates and try to open it up and look around and understand it, do you guys suppose he would have a better shot at that using one of my templates or using one of these templates? What do you guys think? What do you think? And by the way, if we go back in 4.27 for a second here, and you go into the mannequins, under the character, under the meshes, look, there's a male. There's a female. I don't know if they put the female in 4.26 or not, but it's definitely in 4.27. Are these the new mannequins? No. No. But you still got a male and a female. And another thing that is kind of noteworthy here is that if you look in the skeleton, right? So we go to the skeleton. See this skeleton here? You guys have all looked at this a million times. Now I want you guys to go look at the skeleton in Unreal Engine 5. You ready for this? You ain't ready for this. So if we go into the meshes and we open the skeleton, look at this skeleton. Are you guys watching me scroll here? See that? Versus that. What do you guys think? Bueller? Bueller? Well, it looks like my internet's dropping frames again. It's actually not my internet. I think it's YouTube. They don't like me to stream anymore, I guess. I'm on their blacklist. I'm on their shit list. So where does that leave me? Well, I don't know. I guess we can go back in this project of mine. My custom starter template that I'm working on that I may or may not ever get to work. Let me delete these. And we will go back. Here. Okay, open. How about now? I'm already out of gas, man. This has already made my brains hurt. Oh, I forgot about this. Look at this. Ready? Wait for it. Yeah, I just had to put that in there. That's funny. Okay, now I want you guys to look at something here. These are the only two blueprints in this entire project. Okay. So if I open up my animation blueprint, which is a single animation blueprint, that's what I've got here. Compared to the one we looked at in the default UE5 third person template, that's what I've got. And in the anim graph, we have this. And if we go inside the locomotion, we have this. compared to what we looked at, right? Just keeping in mind what we compared to. We didn't even look in the character blueprint in that other project, but I'll open this one up. That's what we have in the character blueprint. That's it. No functions, nothing hidden, right? Nothing hidden. That's what we have right there. Animations. We have one emote. Aim offsets. We have 3 animations. That's the asset, aim offset. Locomotions under unarmed. We have 3 blend spaces. And, 20 animations so far. And in this project, we don't spin around ourselves. We have strafing movement. We can switch gender between male and female. We have crouch and strafing movement for crouch. And we have an emote. You guys see my point here? You do see my point. I know you do. You guys are smart. So, I said a minute ago, where does this leave me? And here's what I'm thinking. I'm doing away with the differentiation between male and female animations. Okay? There's not a spit's bit of difference. Okay, so see me running as a male? Now watch. It's going to automatically update when I switch to the female. How much difference do you guys really fucking see here? Idle. And it's already sharing the same aim offset, the male and female both, even in the Lyra project where I got these from. They share the same aim offset. They also share the same crouch walk animations. They also share the same jumps. Okay? So there's not enough difference, in my opinion, there's not enough difference to warrant putting all the extra work into it to get the differentiation between the male and the female animations. Just not enough. Combined with the fact that the male animations in that Lyra project, I can export them directly out and bring them in and implement them without all that extra bullshit that they put on them, the foot plants and all that stuff. And they seem to work fine. However, the female animations have to have all that bullshit on the anim or it won't work, right? We talked about that earlier. So the plan is I'm going to jettison all the female animations out of here, and the male and the female are going to share the same exact animations, and they're also going to share the exact same animation blueprint, blend spaces, montages, and all that stuff. And I do not have foot IK in here, see? But for all the extra work that they did in that third person default template, and now I'm sure it does more than just goddamn IK, right? I'm sure there's other shit that goes along with it. But I'm just saying, all that extra convolution in that project is not worth it. Not to me, and not for the people that, I show how to do things. It's just not worth it. It does not add enough to the project to warrant all that extra goddamn work that went into that. And here's the thing. The work in that project is already done, right? Like they already went through, whoever at Epic built that new third person template, they already done all that. They already created the control rigs. They already done all the, putting the shit in the anim node. They already done all that. The problem is understanding it. Sure, it's in there. And I'm sure it does all kinds of fancy things. But do you know how to operate it? If you want to make a modification, here's a good one. Just simply changing out the animations. How convoluted and complicated is it to go in there and just change the animations out? What if you want to implement 3 different sets of animations? One for a pistol, one for a rifle, and one completely unarmed. How many blueprints are you going to have to go through and change something in that one, something in that one, something in that one, something in that one in order to implement those? How many? When you have a bone that's not acting correctly, and it's because of a modification needing to be made to the control rig, where are you going to go find that? Where are you going to go into all them blueprints in there and find the exact node that's got the value in it that you need to tamper with? Where are you going to find it? The answer is you fucking ain't. And also, since I'm going to have to make some animations to fill in the gaps in this, forward, left, and back, right, like I was talking about a minute ago, if I switch over and only use the male animations, that means I only have to create 2 for this. And then the crouch is also going to need 2. That one and back right. So that means I'll have to make 4 animations to have a complete set of ground movement, strafing movement. Compared to if I keep them male and female, I'd have to make, at a minimum, I'd have to make 4 for the male, 2 for the male, and 2 for the female. I'd have to make 4. And then 2 for the crouch. So there had to be 6 made. Versus if I make the male and the female share, I can deduct 2 animations. So there you have it. And once again, I'm not putting in turn in place or none of that stuff. Remember what the scope and the goal of this template is. It's to have a basic starter template. That's it. And that way I don't have to use theirs. Let me show you guys something else too. Remember when we did the migration of an animation out of the Lyra project and all the stuff it wanted to bring? Remember that? Watch this. So the same jog forward, right click, asset actions, migrate. It's still wanting to bring a lot of stuff, but not near as much as that other one wanted to bring. Look. And the reason is because these animations are tied to this dummy, right? That's why. But you guys saw that other migration was trying to bring goddamn control rigs and all this other stuff. So, yeah, that will be significantly easier. Doggone, you cuss too much. Yeah, I know. Well, I have to tell you guys, I was pretty damn aggravated today. I've been at this all day today, just trying to sort out all the weird issues that I was having trying to create this basic starter template. And every single bit of the issues that I had revolved around all that extra bullshit that they added to those animations. That's literally what was causing it. That's what caused the character to come up out of the capsule when I was doing the crouch. That caused that, and that's also what caused the female animations to not do the strafing correctly. So it was a nightmare. Okay, so what do you guys want to do now? So my goal is I'm going to make a starter third person template and a starter first person template. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to make. My own custom variants so that I don't have to use their stuff, which is way too complex and convoluted and complicated. And anybody that I'm doing demonstrational videos for or anything like that, they can start from one of my templates so we don't have to dig for hours looking in another project trying to find one single value that needs to be 0.2 less than what it actually is. Holy hell, guys. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and get back to work. I guess I could start trying to make those animations that are missing. Let me get all this stuff cleaned up, get that project re-extracted, and I'll go in here and see what we can continue to add to this. What a day, guys. Literally all day trying to figure out those two problems. You know, I used to give them shit about their default third-person template in Unreal Engine 4. I used to give them shit about it. I take back everything I ever said. Put it back to the way that it used to be. John Galt, that's just because you're stupid and you don't know how to learn. You're just afraid that you're not going to be able to do Unreal Engine 5. Look, I'm not digging through hours of bullshit for no reason. Okay? Literally, all it added to that project was fucking foot IK. That's it. Other than that, they're identical. But they sure ain't as identical in complexity. I can tell you that damn shit right quick. My nerves are bad, man. I'm smoking like a chimney here. My nerves are bad. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is ditch the chick animations. Okay, so we need to start by going into the animation blueprint. And we're ditching the Chickola animations. We're using the same ones for the male and the goddamn female because there's not enough difference in them to warrant having all this extra bullshit. So that's that. We need to go in the anim graph and we need to go in locomotion into the idle, and the Chickola is going bye-bye, which then means we don't need to blend by bool here. And we can plug this right straight up here. So, someone also asked me, you know, like, what am I going to do with these projects when I get them finished? Well, you know, guys, I gave away the start of this, and then come to find out those are a wash. You just as well throw them away because they They're fucked up from the floor up. So I don't know exactly yet what I'm going to do with these starter templates after I get them finished. We don't need this bull anymore either. Let me just make sure I didn't just break everything. So now the male and the female ought to be using the same animations. They are. I'll have to make some to fill in these gaps. That's not a big deal. Okay, so then that means we can go into the locomotions and we can get rid of the female blend space. Don't need it anymore. And we can get rid of the unarmed female, the jog backward, the jog forward, the jog left, and the jog right. So we can get rid of all those. Save all the things. Character master. It said it modified something in there. Let me go see. Changed in here. Okay, we still need the is female in here because that's where I'm toggling the skeletal meshes of this. So we do still need that here. So that got rid of that. Wonder if there's anything I can do to that jump end. Guess it could just be sped up. And by the way, that makes it now so that I can just export them animations out of that Lyra project and not have to worry about trying to migrate them. I can literally just export them. Something to do with the female animations in that project. The male can do without all that extra stuff added to the foot sync markers and stuff, but for some reason the female ain't having none of it. Okay. I don't know if I'm in the mood to make these animations today or not. I guess I could put that crosshair back on. Okay. Let me think. What else am I going to do here? I could put a crosshair. I've got to make animations. I don't think I'm doing that today. So crosshair. What else do I need? Probably an example of additive animations like a hit react. I want to have an example in here for how to do an aim offset, which I did, how to do a montage, which I did. That's a montage, by the way. And so the only one that I lack is a hit react, like an additive hit react animation. So that's something I'm trying to make myself a little list here of what else I'm going to put in. So a crosshair, make those animations, put in a additive type animation, which can be a hit react. I wonder, actually, I may not be able to do that. It depends on what animations are available in this Lyra project. If there's, I'm sure there's hit reacts in here, but are they any for unarmed? So I got to go look. Oh. Today is Good Friday, by the way. I think it is. Let's go see if there's any hit reacts in here. For unarmed. It's got to be for unarmed. I may end up, just so you guys know, I may end up getting all the weapon animations out of there too, to put in this project. And that way, if anybody wants to see, weapon stuff, I'll have the animations already in it. Let's see. Let's filter by animation sequences. Surely they wouldn't have named them hit react. Let's see. Hit react back. So these are all aiming, it looks like. Yep, that's weapon animations. Weapon, 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 weapon. Weapon, 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 weapon. So there are no unarmed hit reacts. So that's not something that I could do. I mean, I could make it play the stupid weapon animation, but it would be better to have hit reacts. Let's just see. Unarmed. Let's see what all there is in here for unarmed. So you got an idle break, ready, all jogs, turn left 90. I wonder, let me look at this. Yep, I could put turn in place animations in. But once again, that would be adding over complication. It doesn't really need that. And then there's walk animations. I'm not putting walk stuff in. Like make a button where you can actually walk. I'm not doing that. Already did the crouch. That's all walks. Crouch, crouch, crouch. And that's all fidget idles, aim offsets, scan, jogs. Nope. There are no hit reacts for unarmed. So that's out. Trying to think if there's anywhere else I could get one for free. No, I don't think I can. I mean, there's some in the default animation starter pack, but their weapon hit reacts too. So that wouldn't be no good. So Scott Lang asks, can the Western girl animations go on this new girl Quinn? I don't know. I hadn't tried it. They probably could. I think I'm going to go ahead and get a crosshair. Put that on. I'm going to go steal one. Same one that I use for everything. I say stealing. It's not really stealing, right? You can use all this stuff in any way that you want. That Epic gives away for free. So in other words, that means anything in that Lyra project, anything, you can use it. You just can't strip out all those assets and put them on the marketplace. You can use those assets to build things to put on the marketplace, but it has to contain more than just their stuff. We'll get the default crosshair out of here. Once I get this third person one done to what I want it to be, my starter project, then I'll start making the first person one, which will involve making, maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll make those first person meshes. Let's see, where the hell is this texture? Right there. Asset action export to the desktop. And we will call this T default cross hair. About that. We need a new folder just called textures. Import from the desktop the default crosshair. Right click, nope, open it, change it from texture group world to UI. Save it. And I think I don't know if I want to put that in a separate folder or not. I think maybe in the blueprints folder. Maybe we should just make a folder called UI. And then one more new folder called blueprints. And one more called widgets. Keep the widgets separate. Okay. So we need a HUD. And this will be HUD underscore TP harder. Is that what I named that other blueprint? Okay. Okay, and then we need to put that in the HUD slot here. Yep, and then we need 2 widgets. User interface widget blueprint, user widget, W. I always get these backwards. BPW container, and then one more. BPW cross hair. And then we will put in a canvas panel. I bet you guys are tired of seeing me do the same shit on every live stream. Well, I'll tell you, I'm tired of doing the same shit on every live stream. Welcome to Unreal Engine 5, guys. Lock and load. And then we'll put an image. Anchor it to the center. 0 that and that. And this will be 32 by 32. And that'll be 0.5 by 0.5. You know, we could just leave it as a dot, but we will put in a image. Cross. Default crosshair. Right there. This needs to also be 32 by 32. File it and save it. And then in the container, add a canvas panel. And then under user created, we have that crosshair anchored to the center, 0 that and that, and set this to 32 by 32 and 0.5 by 0.5. Hello, Gabe. I see you guys over there. Okay, and then in the widget, or in the HUD, in the event graph, create widget. That will be the container. Get owning player controller. Add to viewport. And that should do it. Oh. Did I not? Thought I pumped that up. Right, so this is supposed to be better name that stuff. Yep, 32 by 32. That's correct. Back in here. I guess that's right. Now we need to adjust the camera just a hair. And the target, the socket offset, we will set to 80. There we go. But I can't see the old character. I don't give a shit. Okay, that's that. So we can't do an additive animation because I don't have a hit react for that. I need to make well, I guess I could try to make those animations. We need forward left. I don't know if I can do this or not. So if we take jog forward, I know it's in here right there, and duplicate that. And call it jog forward left. Open this up. Pause this thing. And we take, oh shit, these has got root motion on them. And I have root motion locked in place. I bet you that this won't work. So we need forward left. So we need to change this to 5-degree increments. Now the way I normally do this, you go 45 this way, add a key, then you take the spine, turn that on to that, come back 45, maybe we should lean him up 5, add a key, and let's see what that looks like. That might work. Maybe. We will go plug it in and see before I get too carried away, make a bunch of these and they all look like ass. Let's see here. So this is going to have to be changed to 8 grid divisions instead of 4. And that would be forward left. And that should go here. This may not work with that root motion. Well, that's definitely not right. Did I fucking make that backwards? No. Okay. I bet you it's that root motion stuff. What you gonna bet? God damn it. That's exactly what it is. Well, we're going to have to go about this a different way. Let me think. How can we do this? See, these animations, all these animations have root motion on it. So the problem is I put that track on the root. Well, if the root motion's disabled, then it ain't reading that track, which is why it ain't turning him. So okay, I got another idea. Why does everything have to suck? That's what I want to know. Why does everything have to suck? Okay. So what we're going to do is, this is really going to be a bender for you guys. I'm not an animator, by the way. So an animator could probably do this in 2 minutes flat. But since I'm not an animator, we have to go about this ass backwards, right? So I'm going to export the dummy to my desktop. And we don't need all that. And then I'm going to export the jog forward and jog backward. And this may not work, but we'll see. Jog forward and jog backward. Asset actions, export. Yep. And yep. Okay. Now we're going to go try to make these. And we're going to do this in 4:15. We can do this in here. I think. We will see. I got to try to take the root motion off of this. If you guys are wondering. So let's make a new folder called testing. And then we're going to bring in from the desktop first the skeleton. No, we don't need any materials or any of that shit. And we also don't need a physics asset. Okay, go. Hey, look at that. We got the old mannequin, the new mannequin in the old engine. How about that? Look at that shit. No materials though, but that's fine. Okay, and now we need to import those two animations. And that will go to the simple skeleton. And save all the things And so we have jog forward. Let me duplicate this. Okay, so it does have root motion here as well. Can we get rid of the root motion? If I can get rid of the root motion, I can do this. Let's see. And you can't just lock it either, because that's exactly the problem we have in the other project. See, if you lock the root, it don't read any of the data from the root bone. Well, since I have to rotate him 45 degrees, it has to be able to read that. So I need to try to, okay, so if I scrub this animation all the way forward, and I take the root and I add a key and apply the key. Oh, no. No. Hold on. Let's delete that. I will fucking fix this if it kills me. All right. This is why I duplicate this stuff. It takes me a minute to figure this out. Okay. Okay. So pause the animation. Scrub it all the way forward. Is that right? We add a key here. No, we bring him back to 0, right? So bring him back to 0. Then we add a key and apply it. And let's see. Okay, so now he starts in the back. So now we need to go to the beginning of the animation. Bring him back to 0. And then add a key and apply the key. Now, do you stay put, asshole? Oh, look at that. Beautiful. We just removed the root motion, by the way, if you're wondering what we did. Now, what I can do is export this animation again. And we will call this jog forward left. And now we go back in here, import jog forward left. And this will go on this skeleton that's in here. And we say go. Then we open it. And let's see if it has no root motion. Look at that shit. John Galt, you glorious bastard, you. So now, theoretically, we should be able to pause this, back it up, and do what we did a minute ago. So forward left, that would be 45 this way. Add a key. And then we bring the spine back 45. And then we pull that up 5, add a key, and play. Oh, look at that. I believe we did it. I believe we did it. So now we go back in this blend space and we put forward left right here. And theoretically, all things equal, this should now have forward left. Look at that shit. So now we got forward right and forward left. John Galt, you glorious bastard. I'm not a fucking animator, by the way. Don't ask. So now we need to do the same thing for jog backward. So we got to go back over here. And we are going to duplicate jog backward. We're going to open this and we're going to try to fucking remember how I just removed that root motion, right? So we scrub it to the end. Select the root. Come over here and put that back to exactly 0. Add a key. Apply the key. And then we scrub it back to the beginning. Bring him back to 0. Add a key and apply the key. And then we export this one. And we will call this one. Oh shit, which one is it? Is it back fucking right or back fucking left? I think it's back fucking right. Why you cuss so much? Because this stuff makes me cuss, okay? That's why. Okay, and then we import this. And we go back right onto this skeleton. Open this up. I could have done all this in that other project too, by the way, but I probably could have done all that in here, but whatever. We're going to do it this way because reasons. Okay, so back right, that means we need to go 45 this way. Add a key. Then we need to take the spine and go back 45 this way. Is he leaning any way that way? Let's kick him 5 that way. Add a key. Save it. Play it. Okay. Then we go in our blend space. And we take back right somewhere. And that will go here. And I think that's enough to get that done. And then all that's left is the crouch. All right, so we got forward, forward left, forward right. We got backward, back left, and back right. Look at that shit. More than one way to skin a cat, ladies and gentlemen. This stuff makes my nuts hurt. Okay, now we got to do crouch ouch it. And by the way, that should work now since we're using the same animations for the male and the female. That's close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades. Okay. Now what do we need? The same ones for crouch, I believe. Right, so we got this. So we need forward, left, and back right. Okay. So what we're going to do is delete all these out of here. And delete them from the desktop so I don't bring the wrong shit in. Because I will. Okay, so back in here, we need crouch walk forward and backward. Crouch walk forward and crouch walk. Oh no, that's jog. That's wrong. See there, about did it. You guys ain't paying attention. Crouch walk backward, crouch walk forward. Asset actions. Export to the desktop. Go. Go. And then we come back in here, import these two. And go here. And we will start with crouch walk forward. Oh, duplicate it. Duplicate it. If you trust yourself, you don't have to duplicate it, but I don't. So, okay, so we need to take it all the way forward. Select the root. Zero this out. Add a key. Apply the key. And then we need to come all the way back. Zero it out again. Add a key. And apply the key. And that should be zero root motion. Oh, look at that. And then we export it. See why I don't like migration? Imagine how many damn bunch of bullshit it would have brought every time I migrated it from one to the other. It would be a fucking disaster. Export. And this will be forward, left. And then we come back in here, import, crouch walk forward, left. And that'll go on this skeleton. And then we open it, pause it, back that bitch up. And this is, what did I say this was? Forward, left. Okay, so we take the root, we go 45 this way, add a key, and then we bring spine 1 back 45 this way. See, is he to lean any that way? I'm just going to not lean him this way. Add a key, save it. It'd probably be better to spread that out across some spines instead of doing it all on one, but that's fine. This is just a starter template, right? So now we need to open crouch walk, blend space, and this one now needs to be 8 grid divisions. Save it, and we need crouch walk forward, left, and that will go here. Out forward right and forward left. Uh-oh. Are we really going to have to make that one too? See how his feet are shuffling? Are they shuffling? I can't see. They are. Son of a bitch. So this one's actually going to require This one's actually going to require a little bit more work. I think what I should probably do is maybe not rotate him a full 45, maybe just do 40. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Okay, where did that go? Crouch walk forward, left. Yeah, that's a bit much. So let's pause this. And we will remove this track and remove this track. Now we're back where we started. So we do need to go 45 on the root. Add a key, and then let's take spine here, and we will go maybe let's do 35 and see what that looks like. I don't want him that bowed up. Wait, something's screwy here. No. Maybe when I get them all in, it'll work out. Whatever. Let's rename this to crouch walk forward right. Import crouch walk forward right. Open this, pause it, and let's take him 45 this way. Add a key, fine, and we will come back 40 this way. Add a key. Back in the blend space. I may as well just make him other ones too. I was trying to get away from making the back or forward right and back left, but I might as well just make them. Whatever. Okay, and this needs to be crouch walk forward right, and that will go here. Now let's see if that looks a little better. Damn root bones jumping around everywhere. That's fine. Okay, so now we need to do backwards. So let's duplicate this. Remove the root motion. We scrub it all the way that way. Here we got the root. Zero this out. Add a key, apply the key. Bring it back this way. Zero that one out. Add a key, apply the key. That should have took the rope motion out. Yep. Okay. Now we export this, and this becomes backward left. And then we'll do back left and back right. And then I'll go back and do the other ones of the front that I tried to get away from not doing. We'll just go ahead and do them. Crouch walk backward left. Pause this. Root. What did I say this was? Back left. So that's got to go 45 that way. Then we take spine 1 and we go back 40. Oh, crap. I moved it too far. Shit. Okay. Fine. This is some tedious shit, guys. Okay, and then we go 40 that way. Save it. To the blend space. And the crouch walk. Crouch walk back. Close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades. Okay. And now we need to duplicate, crouch walk back left. And this becomes crouch walk back right. Open this. And pause this. And let's remove these. And this one. Save it. And then we go to here. And we go 45 this way. Add a key. And go 40 that way. Add a key. Blend space. Close enough. Now let's go add those other two that are missing. So jog forward left. We will duplicate, and this one will be jog forward right. Open this. Pause it. Back it up. Remove this. And remove this. And then we go, what is this? Forward right. So we go 45 that way. And then we go 45 that way. And I think five that way. Okay. I'm already over this. Okay, now we need to take jog backward, not crouch. Jog backward right. Duplicate it. And this will become jog backward left. Open this. Pause it. And we remove that one and that one. The root. And we go, what is this? Jog backward left. That'll be 45 that way. And we come back 45 that way. Five that way. How about now? I believe that is a wrap. Let me move this out of the way for a second. Got it. Now let's look at crouch, make sure I ain't got this jacked up. Man, that really does a big jump from there to there. But it's not like I'm sitting here trying to make AAA animations for this stupid little starter template. That's close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades. Oh, wait, we didn't check the chick. All right, that's it. Done. Ship it. All right, let me bring Chad over here. Sorry I've been neglecting you guys. I was deep in meditation. Oh, I'm making animations and you don't want me to. Now we got to put in turn in place. Bullshit. No, we got to have jog forward start, jog forward left start, jog forward right start, jog forward left start, jog. Oh, bullshit. Okay, let's see here. Gabe, hello. Scott Lang, the amazing John Galt. Live here every night. No, I'm not live every night. Prio, well, hello there. Well, hello to you. Playing with the new third-person template, huh? I was surprised to see that it still had... Oh, no, this ain't the third-person template. This is my custom third-person template with all the garbage that Epic put in it removed. Playing with the new third-person template, I was surprised to see it still has the issue of one of the diagonals not behaving properly compared to the others. Forward left, I believe. Let's see, Gabe. Can I easily make TPS MP shooter work with like a building system, like player building system or easy building system? I don't know which template you're referring to. Are you talking about one that you bought from me or someone else's? Because if it's someone else's, I wouldn't have a clue as to how they have their stuff set up. But if it's one that I made, I don't know. It depends on who built the building system, how they done it. Generally speaking, just so we're clear here, generally speaking, taking one template and trying to merge it in with another and connect all the dots and get them all to talk and play nice together, that is a monumental task, usually. Okay? So let's see here. Is it possible to merge them together so everything from the building system works with the TPS? I don't know. I do not know. I guess the main thing would be, does the building system come with a character blueprint? Because if it does, well, there's probably things in that character blueprint that will have to be put into the character blueprint of the TPS one that you're wanting to try to do. Everything's connected together. I mean, that's really how these things work. It's a system. It ain't just a single blueprint that you slap in something. You have to, like, here would be an example. This character that I just put together here, as cool and as fancy as it is, if you're trying to put this into a capture the flag template, there's things in that capture the flag template that has to be transferred to this character blueprint that's in this project, or vice versa. You got to transfer things from this character blueprint into the capture the flag character blueprint. So it's complicated. It's not an easy task. And really, I don't even recommend doing that. Here's what I always tell people. If you're wanting to try to build a game or you're wanting to get into it, first get an idea of what kind of game you want. Is it a first-person game? Is it a first-person shooter? Is it a third-person game? Is it a third-person shooter? And if it is, find you a template that either has the most of the stuff that you're wanting in yours, or find one that's built to be simplistic in nature and add all the things that you want yours to have that the simplistic one doesn't have. Templates are supposed to be either a demonstration of how something is done or a starting point for you to start from where the template left off and you carry it on out to a completed game, or you start adding the things that you want it to have that it doesn't have. What templates are not for is taking my simple capture the flag and merging it with the basic FPS and then merging those two with the TPS, or taking the TPS and merging it with the capture the flag, right? You got to find what you want to do, find a template that is a good starting point, or one that has the most, quote unquote, most features that you're looking for. And then you go into that template and you modify it how you want it to be. But trying to take, like, here's a good example. Everybody's crazy about that advanced locomotion template that was free on the marketplace. It may still be free. Try making that template work with something else. You will never achieve it, ever. But if you want to take the advanced locomotion and start from there and add guns and add shooting and add teams and add multiplayer, maybe, but really you should be looking for the one that has the most of whatever you want, or a simplistic demonstration of something that you want to add to one of the templates that you already have. But merging them together, no, don't even waste your time. Okay. Now what are we doing? I'll tell you what we're not doing. We're not making any more animations. I'm already sick of that. This is about where I want it to be, right? Like, literally, this is about where I want it to be for a starter template. No reason to put health on, because I'm sure somebody will want to see it. Like, hey, show me how you put health on a player. And I can start from right here. So I think this is about it. Emote. I just put that in there for comedic purposes, really. I don't think I'm even going to put the, I said that I was going to get the weapon animations out of that, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. Maybe I'll do that in a separate project after I get these two cores built. See, I've still got to do the whole first person template. I think this is where we're going to leave this one. Okay, so let me redock that. Save all the things. And I guess I could go ahead, since it's Friday and you ain't got shit to do, I guess I could go ahead and start the first person one. Let's see here. What do I need to do? Okay, so I need to get rid of that and that and this. And we need to go in here. And I guess I'm done with that. And I'm done with that for now. We need to go in here and get rid of that, that, and that. And then we need to compress this. All right, Gabe, take it easy, man. And this becomes current. And now what I need to do extract this one here. Let's see if I can get a start on this. I'm going to have to do some migration because I'm not going to rebuild everything that I already built. So I've already put the map in that one. Already got the mesh. Let's see here. Let's open this. Let's see. That animation blueprint's tied to that character. Well, I'm just going to try to splice these together here. So let me open this one. I'm going to try to save myself some work, but it'll probably end up costing me some work. So we're going to migrate this whole project. So migrate. Yeah, that's fine. Into my documents, Unreal Projects, FP Starter, content, and go. Don't give me no shit. Oh no. I'm just going to go ahead and say yes to all. Maybe it won't blow up. I might have to try this 2 or 3 different times in order to get this to work. Okay, so this map is definitely going to stay. So let me get rid of this and this. And that means that all this whole entire characters folder needs to go away. That is fine. This maps folder needs to go away. I bet this is going to blow up right in my face. Why do I feel like Wile E. Coyote playing with an Acme Dynamite kit all of a sudden? Fine. Let's see. Let's set that to none. That blueprints folder go away. So the map and that needs to stay. So this blueprints folder needs to go in here. This characters folder go in here. Don't blow up. Don't you do it. This textures folder go here. And this UI folder. Okay. Fix up redirectors. Get rid of the rest of this. Fix up redirectors. Okay. This needs to be changed to FP starter. And in the UI, this needs to be changed to FP. Do all the things. In this blueprint, this should be, yep, that's right. And this needs to be that. Okay. Let me close all this down and reopen it and see how bad it's derped up, if it is. I'm actually just going to leave that open for now. Don't blow up. I'll be your best friend. Okay. Play. Fix. Okay. I need to go look at something. This one. I wonder if I take this and copy that, and then we go in here and paste that. Close that and reopen it. See if it gives me my buttons back. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, now I'm going to crash it, but I need to do something here. We're going to say build all levels. And we're going to delete HLODs. And then we're going to rebuild it and build LODs just to make sure this ain't got any weird redirect shit going on. Oh, there it went. Of course. Does it every time. Every time. Welcome to Unreal Engine 5, the best engine on the planet. My ass. So now let's delete this and delete this. Save everything. And we'll build it one more time. And this time we're going to say build HLODs. And we'll crash it out again. And then we should be good to go. I got to put those two characters back up against the wall. And then after that, I got to export those characters, take them into Maya, cut the arms, or cut the body off, leave the arms, and then do it again and cut the upper body off and leave the torso. Which ought to be fun. I really got to pee. Quick, somebody get me a catheter. I ain't got time to take a pee break. We're on the clock. I'll be glad when I get this done. Then I'll be more excited about Unreal Engine 5. They made my life so much harder. But I'm unmaking it harder. Is that even a phrase? Did I say that right? I'm unmaking it harder? Yeah, that don't sound right. This is going to be cool when I get done with all these. You know, in Unreal Engine 5, they changed the first person template, default first person template. They changed it around some, but they didn't even put the new mannequin or anything in it. It's still got the old one. Same old shitty pop gun, same old shitty bouncy ball projectile. They unattached the weapon from the character and made it into a pickup you run over top of. But other than that, they didn't do a whole heap to it. They may in the future. But right now, it's exactly the same as the old one. I think they moved the weapon firing logic into the weapon. Okay, let me check something here. Edit. Project settings. Let me make sure I turned that stupid eye adaptation shit off. Let's see. What are we looking for again? Who am I? Oh, first let's go to maps and modes. Make sure that's right. Yep, that's right. And now we got to go to rendering. And then amongst all these secret settings in here, there is a auto exposure is off and motion blur is off. Okay, so I must have already did that. Oh shit, I totally didn't mean to close that. It's just you, Scott. They ain't nobody watches this stuff. This stuff is boring as shit. They don't nobody watch this. All they want to do is play games and bitch because they got a bug in it. And have no idea how much goddamn work goes into these things. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a pisser. Okay, I am back. Quickest pisser in the West. Okay, so now what I need to do is put these characters back up against the wall. So we need the dude. And we're going to rotate him 90. And we need the chick. And we're going to rotate her 90. And then we're going to get the world location out of this one for the dude. So we're going to right click right here, copy that, and we're going to go in here and paste that. Yep, that's fine. And then we're going to go get the chick. And we're going to copy that. And we're going to come back in here. And we're going to paste that. And then we're going to grab them both. And we're going to move them over here. My OCD is flaring up, by the way. So that's why I'm doing this. And we're going to delete. Actually, we just need the location of that one. No, actually, we need that, that, and that. I wonder if we can copy that from one project to another. So let's see if we can copy and paste that stuff. Beautiful. And then we take that and we go up here. How the hell? I didn't know you could do that. Copy and paste. I guess it just depends on what it is, really. Yep, that's good enough. Save all the things. And we're going to build lighting only. Okay. Now we are officially ready to go. So I can close this one down. And now we need to export the male and the female character. You and you. Right mouse click, asset actions, export to the desktop. Go. Nope, we don't need all that. And now, good old trusty Maya. Oh, I'm cutting up meshes and you don't want me to. Wait, I thought you said you was making a first person. Why don't you just put the camera on the head of the character? Because that's a shit way to do it. And we're not doing that here. Import from the desktop. We're going to bring in first the dude. And we're going to go to Windows, Outliner, unparent all this stuff. Delete this top part. And then we're going to select the skeleton. We're going to go to layers and we're going to say create layer from selected. And we're going to turn the visibility off. And then we're going to export it. Right on top of that one. Okay. Then we're going to select it, right mouse, and we're going to go to UV shell. And we need to get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and all that, and the head. Then we're going to right mouse click, go back to object mode, select the mesh, and we're going to say edit, and we're going to say delete by type, and we're going to say non-deformer history. And wait. And we're going to rename this to simple underscore arms. From the visibility on the skeleton back on. And we're going to say file, export all. We're going to name it that plus underscore arms. Then we're going to do a new scene. We're going to say file, import, and we're going to bring in the full mesh again. And we're going to select the mesh, right mouse, UV, shell, and we're going to delete everything but the lower torso. All right, now I need to go lower than that. So we're going to just take a guess here. We're going to go about right there and delete it. Then we're going to right mouse on the geometry, go back to object mode, select that, and we're going to say edit, delete by type, non-deformer history. And we're going to change this to simple underscore torso. And we're going to say file, export all. And we're going to select that. And we're going to put underscore torso. And say go. Then we're going to go back into the engine. And we're going to say import from the desktop. And we're going to bring in the Manny arms and the Manny torso. Open. And that is the correct skeleton. Under advanced, we are not creating a physics asset. We are going to use the one that's already in here, and we are not creating new materials. Don't create. And we're going to say go and pray. Save all the things. And we open up the arms. Look at that. Beautiful. And the lower torso. Beautiful. Now we got to go do the chick. So we go to new scene. And we go file, import the Chicola. And we unparent this. Hold down shift, left shift and hit the P key. Take the root, hold down left shift and hit the P key. Delete this. Select the skeleton, layers, create layer from selected, turn off the visibility. And we go file, export all, over top of the Chicola. And then we select the geometry, right click, go to UV shell, and we get rid of that. And that. That. And that. All that. And the head. Right click the geometry, go to object mode, select it, go to edit, delete by type, non-deformer history. And we wait till our little wheel quits spinning. And we put this to simple underscore arms. And we go file, export all, this name, and underscore arms. And go. Then we do a new scene. And bring back in the full body Chicola. Select the geometry, hold down right mouse, go to UV shell, And we get rid of everything but the lower torso. Then we cut about right there off. Right click the geometry, go back to object mode, select it, edit, delete by type, non-deformer history. Change this to underscore torso. File, export all, this name, underscore torso, back into the engine, import. We need the Quinn simple arms and simple torso. That is correct. We do not need a physics asset. We need to assign it the one that's in here. And do not create materials and pray. Save all. And voila. Okay, so now I can close all Maya down. Okay, go. And get rid of all this. And now we need to put the meshes in. And my OCD is going to cause me to line these up. And then we're going to bring this down. You know what? I'm going to get rid of this cube and these. And now we need to bring the torso in. Line this up. Then we bring this down. Now we bring in the dude's arms. It's not lined up. Let's see. Oh, God, I can't see that. What does that say? 550? Yep, that's right. Bring in the feet. I believe that's it. Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. That's funny. Okay. I'm going to let me build all levels and let it crash. And then I'm going to back this project up, save it before I start actually changing the camera view and all that stuff. And I may not do that today. Oh, crash, you son of a bitch. Unreal Engine 5 is so good. The new bestest thing ever. Okay. What I was doing in Maya was creating the arms only mesh and the lower torso only. Cutting them up to build first person. Okay, let me back this up. My documents. We're going to delete that, that, and that. And we're going to compress to zip. And this becomes current. And we get rid of that one. And we replace it with that one. Okay, let's go in here and start destructing and restructuring this thing. I don't know if I'm going to finish this tonight or not. Depends on how aggravated I get, really. We got to remove some stuff, add some stuff. And that will be taking place in the character blueprint. Okay, what do we got to get rid of here? We got to get rid of the camera boom. And that will take care of the follow cam. And compile that and save it. And we need to add a new cam. And this will be FPS. Okay, we move this up here. That's right in the dead center of the capsule component. Okay. This mesh will be owner no C. So under rendering, somewhere, right here, under advanced, this will be owner no C. File that and save it. And let's spawn in here. That's exactly correct. And this is also, this camera needs to be set to, where is it? Use pawn control rotation. Where the hell is it? My eyes are crossing. There it is. Use pawn control rotation. There we go. Okay. Getting there. Now we need to add another skeletal mesh component. And this is going to be called arms mesh. I'm not going to put underscores in that. Arms mesh. And we are going to add the many arms like that. And this is going to be -90. And this is going to be -90. And we need to parent the arms to the camera. And then zero these back out again. And now let's try -90. -90. And that still ain't good enough. So why? We need to bring that down. Actually, let me stick an animation blueprint on this. Get them animated, and let's try to get them in the same spot. I believe they are. Yep, it looks like it, doesn't it? Yep. Okay, that's fine. Now we need to add another skeletal mesh component. And this is going to be torso mesh. And we need to add the mannequin torso. And that needs to be -90. And that needs to be -90. Okay. The torso under rendering needs to be only owner C. And the arms also needs to be only owner C. File and save that. The torso also needs that same animation blueprint. And let's go see what we got. Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of adjustment here. Okay, the torso, the arms and the torso need to cast no shadow. So we go back in here and we select the torso, and there should be a shadow section somewhere. Lighting, cast shadow, that needs to be turned off. The arms need to also have the shadow turned off. However, the full body mesh, which is this one, under advanced, there should be a cast hidden shadow something or another in here. Right there, hidden shadow. And we compile that and save it. Okay. Now we should have a full body shadow. Yep. Okay, now we need to kill the aim offset. So let's open this character blueprint, go into the anim blueprint. Okay, we need to go into the anim graph. And for now, we're just going to skip the aim offset. Let me close this down here for a second. You would think that you would see the arms. There it is. I've still got some adjusting to do, so okay. Let's see here. What do I need to do? The camera needs to come forward. Need to take the camera. Do we need the camera or can we just move? No, we need the whole entire camera. So let's go 10, 20, still got to do more. I hate tweaking this stuff. Nope, not quite yet. I believe that'll do it, but I bet we clip. Not too bad. Okay, so let's scale the FPS camera. Let's lock the scale here, and let's cut that in half to 0.5. Helps. No, we're just gonna have to make the capsule a little bit bigger. I think I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. I can tweak on this shit later. So let's go ahead and scale that back up to what it was. I mean, it don't clip too bad. Oh, hell yeah, it does too. Big time. You would think in Unreal Engine 5 they would have made it where you could just add an extra collision, but you can't still. So the only thing you can do without doing that whole rendering thing is take the capsule component and can scale it, capsule radius. Let's go to 50. Oh, that still ain't gonna get it done. Gonna have to go much more than that. Let's try 70. I'll be in here tweaking on this till Christmas. There, that's good. Okay, now I want to go in multiplayer and see if everything is visible the way that it's supposed to. Now, these projects right now, just to be clear, they're not set up for multiplayer. But in order for me to get a peek at the what would be in multiplayer, I'm just going to sneak in here and get a look at it. So we're going to go to 720 by 512. And then we're going to go to listen server. And we're going to set this to 2 players and new editor windows. Let's turn around and see what we see. All we should see is the third person mesh. So that's what I see is the client. I see his full body. And when he looks at me, he sees the full body. Now let's go see if the shadow is showing up correctly. I see my full body shadow. And he sees my full body shadow, and I see his full body shadow. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the proper way to set up first person. 3 meshes. The owner only sees his lower torso and his arms, but the people looking at you will see the full body. And that is how that works. I wonder. Oh, wow. It doesn't move the camera when you crouch. So there's still some shit that's going to have to be done here. That's going to have to be done a little different. And I bet you the emote derps out too. So if I play this emote, yep, see how my arms come up? So the emote is going to have root motion enabled, I believe. We'll cure that. What do they see? It won't play nothing for them, right? Because it's not replicated. I haven't set this up for multiplayer. It's just the beginning. Okay. All right. So now let's go back to one player. What the hell is that supposed to be set to by default? I don't know. Well, actually, I guess I could go look. That's going to bug the shit out of me. So crouch is going to have to be worked on. It's set as standalone by default. Wow, that's weird. Yep, I guess it was. Okay. I mean, I guess I might as well set all these things up for multiplayer. Like the TP template, go ahead and put everything in for multiplayer. It ain't, I don't have to change much, right? It's already almost there. But that crouch, now his damn feet go on the ground. I think you have to do crouch a little bit differently for first person. Yeah, they're definitely in the ground. See, and it just barely moves that camera too, so. I can't really tell if his feet are fine this way or not. Wow, first person's weird. I've been doing third person stuff for so long. It's weird. So this is going to be the beginnings of my customized FPS template, opposed to their FPS template. I'm making my own that's going to have the basic functionality. And once again, theirs is a shooter, first person shooter. Mine's just going to be first person, right? That's why there's no weapon animations in here right now. Because you can have a whole lot more first person games other than just a shooter. And there ain't no reason putting guns and all that stuff in here. Until, you know, like if I wanted to take this and actually turn it into something, then I could start that. This feels pretty good. That jump shit. But that's their animation. That ain't my animation. Maybe I'll make a new one. I wonder why that happens. I mean, both these meshes are set in the same place. Let me go look at something. Isn't it? Or am I wrong? Where did that torso go? No, they're in the exact same spot. But yet, when you crouch, that's just going to have to be done differently, because what it does is it resizes the capsule component. And that resizing, with it being fatter than it is now, that resizing is what's causing it to stick in the floor, I bet. I'm going to have to make it a little taller. Probably. I'll figure it out. I ain't going to bore you guys with that. It's more tweaking. More than likely, what's going to happen is this capsule is going to have to be taller, and then I'll have to readjust them back to the floor. Both meshes. Because when it's resizing, well, I mean, hell, I could turn it on just to show you guys. That's probably what it is. Let's see. Capsule component. And we want that to be visible. So under rendering, we need to uncheck hidden in game just so we can see it. And I bet you that is exactly what is happening. I can't see the capsule. There it is. Yeah, see how it resizes it and it's sticking it down in the floor? Yeah, that'll take some tinkering. I might actually have to do it a different way. I don't think I've ever put crouch in a first person game. But yeah, that's probably what it's going to be. Something to do with that. That is so cool. Oh, wait, I forgot to change over to the chick. Oh, shit, there's got to be more logic put in. Son of a... Let me fix that. Yeah, so now we've got to take the torso mesh, which is not the same, and we got to dupe this. And that will be the mesh. And this is going to be the torso for the, let's see, SK. Yeah, that'll be for her. And then we got to dupe this again. And this has got to be the arms. See how much more complicated shit gets, right? So that'll be the arms. And then we need to dupe these. And these go back to the dude. So that'll be the dude torso. And that'll be the dude arms. I bet it works now. So look at that. Beautiful. So, comment box. I wonder if we turn root motion on, if that'll solve that. Actually, probably what'll have to happen here is if that damn emote plays, you will have to hide your torso, and your arms, and make visible the full body mesh for owner only, or both. I don't know. Let's just try turning on root motion and see if that does it. So let's see here. Where the hell is that? That would be under actions, under emotes, in here, under asset details, enable root motion. It can't be that easy. Nope. Still doing the exact same thing. Unless it's got to be turned on the montage too. Something in here for root motion. Let's see. Oh, I'm not seeing anything. All right, let's go look in the animation blueprint. It seems like there is a, where the hell would this be? This is in here somewhere. Um, Well, right there, it's already set there. Root motion for montages. So, no, it's going to take more than that to get it done. I'll have to look into that. I ain't in the mood right now. Let me go turn back off again. Wonder why this one has this shit in here. I don't know. Oh, it ain't important. That's just some bullshit I put in there anyway. It's not really intended to work. It was just something I thought was funny. Now we just need some pew pew pew, and we got something going here. Need a gun, and firing logic, and firing animations, and projectile spawning, and aiming, and equipping weapons, unequipping weapons. No, that's not going in here. See, if you was to attach the camera to the head bone, it would probably drag that camera around with that animation as it's playing. But you wouldn't want that, right? That would be jarring. The whole point of doing it the way that I did it here is so that the animations do not affect the camera, right? You guys seen them stick it on the head before? Let me tell you guys why that sucks. It's because the animation bobbing up and down, it makes the camera do this constantly while you're running through the game, right? It bounces with the animation. That is garbage, by the way. Makes me want to vomit every time I try to play a game that's done that way. You do it this way so that your camera is smooth no matter what the animation's playing. Does that make sense? Otherwise, you get motion sick. I do anyway. But hey, we ain't got no IK going in here. I ain't never going to let them live that down, by the way. Okay. I think I'm going to back this up one more time. And that is going to be it for the day. So we got the view correct on this. Third person one is done. I guess the only thing left to do is to go back and make all this stuff work for multiplayer, which is really just creating a couple custom events and changing some of these variables to be replicated. And that's it. And now I will have my own default first person and third person starter templates that are with the principle of keep it simple, stupid. And so now we don't have all that garbage. Well, I say it's garbage. It probably ain't garbage. All that extra nonsense stuff that Epic put in theirs. At least the third person one anyway. Okay, we can get rid of that. We'll clean this up one more time. Rid of that, that, and that. Compress. Been a hell of a day. Okay, guys, that is it. All right, so if you guys found this live stream useful, you learned anything, or you appreciate what I do here in Galt's Gulch with making videos and demonstrating how to do things, cussing, ranting, and raving, and you would like to support my efforts here, there is a link underneath in the description of any video on my YouTube page with a link to my PayPal account. So if you guys would like to buy me a cup of coffee or send a contribution to say thank you, that is what triggers more videos to be made. Also give away projects and stuff from time to time. So, you know, maybe I'll give these away when they're finished, and you guys can have these to start from if you choose not to go through the Epic starter stuff and would rather have something less convoluted. Maybe those that make contributions to my effort here will get access and download these for free after they've made their contribution or whatever. And they're not done yet. I've still got quite a bit more I'm going to tinker with and get them up to snuff. But essentially, it's not going to be anything fantastical. It's going to be a very basic starter project that you can use to start from or test in without having to dig through all the stuff that Epic put in the new, particularly the third person template. I don't know. The first person template may not be near as convoluted, but it may be if they plan on adding the new mannequin and stuff into that. I don't know what they're going to do to it. But either way, I keep myself simple to start, to show things, to demonstrate things, to test something real quick. It's just easier. And so that's the purpose of these two templates, is to have a basic default third person starter template and a basic default first person starter template. And what you do from there would be your business. But I am going to go through and make it be multiplayer because it'll be easier that way. And so with that, you guys take care. This is John Galt, and we will see you in another video in another time. Have a good one.